Yo, what up? How's everyone doing? Oh, big stretch. Hope everyone had a fine Saturday. I have been dumb today, as in my brain hasn't been working great. But that's okay, because that won't stop me from playing video games. Diablo 2, that's the one where you can turn into a werewolf and actually stay a werewolf, right? I don't remember if you can actually stay a werewolf in base Diablo 2. I was playing a werewolf in Median XL, so I don't remember. I don't remember if it was a temporary buff, like it is in Diablo 4, which is dumb. It's a thing of, well, Lord, I say base Diablo 2, I meant just like non-modded Diablo 2. I keep forgetting that Act 5 and the Assassin and Druid were not part of Diablo 2 on launch. That was an expansion pack stuff. Hey, remember expansion packs? Crazy. But yeah, Last Epoch is an action RPG. It's more similar to the newer Diablos and Path of Exile and stuff like that. But it's isometric, killing a bunch of monsters for cool loot. Don't know much about 3 and 4. With the expansion, Diablo 3 is pretty good. Diablo 4 was fine. It was thoroughly and excessively fine. Like, I don't regret playing it. I enjoyed my time playing it. I don't know if I'm going back. I think the open world aspect of that game is, like, such a bad aspect of the game to hang your hat on, and they hung a lot of hat on it, and I but thankfully nowadays there's Path of Exile 1. Maybe someday there will be a sequel to that game, and there's Last Epoch, which is the easy, more accessible ARPG. Yeah, the open world leveling with you in Diablo 4 is pretty wild. The devs behind the first 2 games broke away and made the Torchlight series. Yeah, several big names from Diablo 1 and 2 did go on to make Torchlight, and I think Torchlight's not very good. Even at the time, I never got super into Torchlight, but I could never articulate why that was, and having gone back to it a few years ago, I think the gameplay choices do not result in cool, fun gameplay in the same way that Diablo 2 does, but Diablo 2 might also just be a lot of nostalgia fueling it. I can't say for sure. I can say that Torchlight 2 is not very good. I don't know how any of the Torchlights after that turned out. But Last Epoch is pretty cool. Where's my stream safe playlist? Okay, that's not too loud, is it? Okay. So, one of the big things that I enjoy about Last Epoch is that it plays pretty well on a controller, which is very nice for preserving wrist integrity. Playing these games with mouse and keyboard, you know, that's the traditional way to do it, but playing that way for too long will often make my wrist feel bad. But yeah, so, like, straight up, lot of inspiration going on here. But one of the big things is... Actually, I'm gonna... Oh, right, I'm playing online. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. Wow, I'm having to turn it down a lot, actually. No, okay, so let's 10. So many people play Void Knight. My main is a Heartseeker rogue hunter lady. But I wanted to spin for this character. So you got a dodge roll in this one, and that is important. The dodge roll is very useful, and like you want to be using that dodge roll, especially later on. Enemies really start. I mean, in general, in this game, enemies, like, are very... L2 is this button. There we go. Bigger range? Less spell mana cost? I don't need a shield. You can press the evade key to evade. Woo. Spin. Oh. The game is punishing me for saying I don't need a shield. It immediately gives me a rare shield, or a magic shield. Werewolf was a temporary buff. Okay. It's like a couple minutes, but still annoying. It's Path of Exile 2, but good. Path of Exile 2 needs some more time in the oven. This game is a full release, full launch. And recently, they put out like a major content update that was kind of an expansion pack. It added a lot of stuff. Couple of things. One, your mana regen is like fast. Like you regenerate mana very quickly. Like you can see, I don't have a ton of maximum mana, but when I stop using the ability, that mana comes back in a major way. I got a hammer throw. I tried playing a hammered in Diablo 2 Resurrected recently, And man, I do not like the Hammer of Justice skill. Actually, like, that brings up one of the best parts about Last Epoch, is that a lot of the skills feel good to use. Like, in many action RPGs, there will often be skills that are, like, mechanically powerful, but, like, feel very janky to actually use. There's not a lot of that in this. I think the skills in Last Epoch, like, they're quick, they have good feedback. You can see like what your skill is doing and how well it's doing it in a more direct manner. Okay, let me switch these two. But let's talk about some of the most important things going on in any ARPG. What's your skill tree like? So, the way that the skill tree functions is you have the passive tree. So that every class will have a baseline passive tree, and then 3 prestige passive trees. So you start out, and these are all locked. You have to progress in the story to unlock your prestige class, your specialization. But your basic passive tree has, like, a lot of pretty straightforward stuff. You get a passive every time you level up. What kind of abilities are you getting from your passive tree? You're getting extra strength, some resistances. Do you want some life? We got melee damage over here. But one really nice thing about the way Last Epoch handles its information, a lot of games in this genre are not good about telling you what things mean, what things do. In Last Epoch, a lot of tooltips will let you hold Alt, and it will just give you some extra info. So, like, this passive gives 1 strength per point I put into it. Well, each point of strength increases armor by 4%, improves skills that scale with strength, such as Warpath and Rive. Great. Very helpful. As you put points into the passive tree, you unlock new tiers of passives to put your points into. You also unlock new skills. So, like, once I have 5 points put into the passive tree, I get Rebuke, and then I get Shield Rush, then I get Multi-Strike. And that is the case in the specialization tree as well. Also, each tree, you can still put points into any of these trees once you have them unlocked, but the one that you, like, focus on, the one that you choose as your specific tree, you get some extra bonuses. So, Void Knight, you get extra melee void damage per 3 vitality. Your melee attacks have a chance to be repeated by an echo. You also get a unique skill. So, the passive stuff, pretty straightforward, pretty good. But then, the real shit is over here. The real shit is in your skill specializations. So, these skills you unlock just by leveling up. You get Vengeance, which is like a basic melee attack, but if an enemy hits you after you hit them with the melee attack, then you take less damage and hit them. Warpath is the spin, hammer throw, lunge, and, like, these skills are pretty cool. But what if we could make them cooler? What if each skill, what if every skill in the game has its own individual tree to follow along. This is a barbarian. This class, the Sentinel, can be built like a barbarian. It can be more like a paladin kind of thing. But yeah, so Warpath, and then what kind of upgrades can I get to Warpath? Well, I can increase its area, I can increase the move speed I get while using it, I can reduce the cost to use it, I can make it deal void damage. And then over here, you like, as you get further out, you often get more like interesting effects going on. So like, while spinning, you deal increased void damage and have a chance each second to create an echo at a recent location that uses Warpath on the spot for 2 seconds. This chance is equal to twice your chance for skills to echo. And there are ways of increasing your chance of making skills echo. You can only have one Warpath echo if you've been spinning for at least 2 seconds and have traveled at least 4 meters in the past 2 seconds. So you can't just spin in place, you gotta move. This also gives you 50% global increased void damage. And also, echoing is a void master. Like, hey, what are you talking about echoes? Well, if you hold Alt, echoing is a Void Knight mastery bonus. It grants you a chance for your attacks to repeat after a second. It has no effect unless you become a Void Knight. Over here, after spinning for at least 2 seconds, you do a War Slash, and when you stop spinning, which deals, like, big AoE. While spinning, you summon forged weapons every 5 seconds if you hit an enemy, as if you had hit an enemy with Forge Strike. So, like, every skill that every class has will have one of these trees that you can dive into. Like, I'm gonna make it cost less mana. That sounds great. And you can have up to 5 skills specialized, which is to say, like, you get access to this tree for that skill. And the way that you get more points for the skill trees is you have to level up that skill, which is just have that skill specialized while you're gaining XP. And there's a couple of extra mechanics going on, like there's a minimum level where, like, even if I leveled this skill up to level 3, but then I decided, hey, I want to use a different skill. If I were to switch that to a different skill, then my minimum level is 1. So that new skill would still start at level 1. But that minimum level increases as your level increases. So you can, like, it makes it so you don't, like, when you unlock the level 50 skill slot, you're not just using a level 1 skill. It makes it so your skills will have a minimum number of points based on how overall strong you are. This doesn't have the extreme skill slot crunch. So this, you can have 5 skills equipped. You can have 1 on right click, 1 on Q, 1 on W, 1 on E, 1 on R. But for the most part, because you can only have 5 skills specialized anyways, that's fine. It's not it's not very often where you are, like, where your build is going to want more skills than that. But this game does have some things where it's like, oh, whenever you use this ability, you will trigger this other ability. And you can improve that other ability, and, like, all of the effects that you would get from using that other ability will still happen if you trigger it from another skill. So it's like, on my other class, I have a dash that throws shurikens. And so whenever I use the dash, I will use the throw shuriken skill. And so I have the shuriken skill specialized so that it will do a bunch of extra stuff when I trigger it off of my dash. How hard is it to respec your tree? It costs a bit of money. And that's it. Like, a bit of in-game money. This game does, like, it doesn't really reward, hoarding a bunch of items that you're not using to sell off. Like, my other character is, like, level 85, doing level 90 content, and I think it is very rare for anything other than a unique item to sell for anything more than 10 gold. You just get the money from, like, you just pick up the money. Because you automatically pick up money when you walk over it, and that's your main way of getting money. Wait, no. I need that. This belt gives me some from fire resist. This ring gives me physical resist. Ooh. What's that thing to the north? It's a creature with some, like, meat trees growing off its back. There's some interesting designs in this game.
Sounds like the keeper.
Yo, what up? Oh yeah, do I keep my money? I do have my money. Money is shared between characters. So I have 509,000 gold to work with. Oh god. So, another big part of this game is item crafting. And the item crafting system in this game is generally pretty straightforward. So, there are these items called Runes of Shattering. Destroys an item, creating a random number of affix shards containing its powers. So, these boots give 6% increased movement speed. Or rather, they have a modifier that they have an affix that increases their movement speed. They also have an implicit effect that increases movement speed. Like at the top, you can see it's plus 5 armor, 6% movement speed. But then the second 6% movement speed is different. They combine. So it's 12 total. If I were to blow up this pair of boots with one of these Runes of Shattering, it would give me a shard that lets me put the increased movement speed effect on a different item. You can't use every affix on every item. Increased damage over time. Health on kill is kind of hot. Physical resist and increased health regeneration. Love that. Increased mana regen. Love that. I'm gonna get these faster boots because I have way too much way too much money from my other character. Health on kill. Yeah, sure. And I'm gonna buy these runes. So if I wanted to take this weapon, I could take my staff. And so it has the damage over time prefix. And so because I have some damage over time shards, I could make that better. I could also improve the health on kill, but also I could add a new modifier to the item. So, like, melee physical damage. And let's use this glyph, which gives it a chance to not use up the forging potential. Forging potential is just, like, basically a limiter on how much you can fuck with the modifiers on an item. So let's do that. It used all of the forging potential. Great. But now, I have a staff that gives flat physical damage. Fantastic. What are you? Oh, right. So, this system is actually really interesting. There are 2 item factions in this game. So, the Circle of Fortune makes it allows you to do some stuff to get extra and better items and, like, more specific items. The Merchant's Guild is the auction house. You can choose to either get better loot yourself or access the auction house to just trade items with other players. It's a really interesting way of handling it. So, like, because the rank is shared across my characters, I currently have all of my Circle of Fortune bonuses. So, enemies have a 35% chance of dropping twice as many items. Chance for Runes of Ascendance to be preserved when used on an item, like specific kinds of items. Whenever an idol drops, there's a chance for 2 more to drop at the same time. When a set item would drop, the whole set drops instead. Like, some really neat stuff going on. But there's also, like, limiters to what items you can get at the Merchant's Guild. So, like, at level 1, you can sell all items and buy normal, magic, and rare items. And then you can buy set items, and then you can buy unique items. You have to reach rank 3 before you could just buy uniques off of the auction house. Yeah, I also hate the Knife and Vampire Survivors. There's also the endgame faction, the Woven, which is a whole fucking thing. Yes, you can only have, like, one faction active at a time. I think there is a penalty for switching. I don't know if it's like you lose all of your progress if you switch. It could be. That seems a little too punishing for this game. Sunrise Emblem. Is that a relic? It is! Chance to ignite on hit. Neat. Dropping a whole set seems insane for a game like this. It can be, depending on if, like, any of the sets are particularly good for your build. On my main, none of the sets are, like, super good for me. But with the most recent, like, major content update, they actually introduced a system where you can apply a set bonus to a non-set item. Like, you can take an item that is not a set item and apply the set bonus to it. So if you do that to, like, to 3 different items for a set that has 3, like, a 3-item set bonus, then you can get the set bonus without actually needing to use the exact set items. Oh yeah, I just got Rive. 0 mana cost. A combo of 3 melee attacks. Every third slashes in a full circle. That sounds great. Alright, how does this... Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I like these gardens. Gardens are cool. I will say that this game does some cool shit with its aesthetics and its, like, zones and areas and stuff. Like, there's some very cool stuff that it does. And we'll probably get to see that stuff on stream. I think a lot of the cool shit shows up in Act 2. I don't think Act 1 takes that long to get through. Two-handed axe. Oh, that has way more melee damage. Wait, my staff is currently slightly better than the axe, but the axe has forging potential. Melee attack speed. Alright, mana. Mana and mana regen. Alright, I can also use a Rune of Ascendance to turn it into a unique or set item. I think if I did that, most of the items that it could turn into would be too high level for me to use. Get another point for the tree. See, the channel cost is 16, so I kind of just want to reduce the cost of my spin. Dang it. I don't know why the keyboard shows up sometimes when I'm switching between mouse and controller. Because when navigating the menus, I much prefer using just mouse and keyboard, but when playing, I use controller. Ooh, money! Only ascend rings for the red ring of Altaria. Yeah, I do need 2 of those for my main, so... If I find another ring, I'll go for it. It's like a 0.01% chance. Yeah. Oh yeah, another interesting thing about this game. Pay attention to my mana bar here. So I'm just gonna keep spinning, keep spinning, keep spinning. 0 mana, -1 mana, -2, all the way to -10 mana. You can go into a mana deficit, but that just means you can't spend any of your mana until you regenerate back into positive. So, like, if you have 1 mana, you can cast a 10 mana ability, but then you will not be able to do any mana-based stuff until your mana is back in the positives. Hang on, I need to blow my node. I'm all sniffly. It is the Stone of Jordan for this game, yeah. Oh shit, we got a ring. Big money. The Invoker's Static Touch. Chance to shock on spell hit. Ooh. That does nothing for me. Increased cold damage. That doesn't really do much. Melee physical, melee cold. Health on hit, though. Hold up. Oh wait, can I dual wield with this ability? No. $110 damage a second. Oh wait, 74 damage a second. 72 damage a second. Alright. I'll hold on to the big stick for now. Alright, keep putting points into that. Yo, what up? Side quest, you got it. Oh wait, I have another ring. Let's fucking go, big money. The Cycle of Putrescence. Your volatile zombies have a chance to resurrect equal to 100% divided by your number of zombies. Golly. Requires level 66. I think the one class that really wants to have, like, more skill slots is Necromancer. Why am I picking this shit up? Get out of here. Is my left click? Oh, the game stopped recognizing my left click for some reason. Okay. All these frickin' begone white items. Necromancer is the Pokemon Squad class. I think there are exactly 5 skills that summon permanent minions. And for a long time, I just rolled with that. I'm going to summon all of my minions. I'm going to have as many permanent minions as possible and just walk around and let that happen. I did end up, instead, switching 2 of my skills out. I switched out one of my summons for a teleport, and another spell got replaced with a buff that makes, like, all of my minions way stronger at the cost of hurting one minion over time. Like, you apply the effect to a minion, and they make themselves and every minion around them stronger, but take damage over time. But they actually changed that skill. Ooh, Strength Shard. They changed that skill in the last major update so that that is not a temporary effect. So if your minion can survive the damage over time, then you don't have to reapply it regularly. Reduce that mana cost. Increase my strength. And spin on them. I wonder if there's any, like, super low-level uniques that I have in my stash. I could just annihilate things with. Alright, I have a town portal. I'm gonna go check that right now. all this bullshit. Oh yeah, I do like the customization they give you for the stash. So like, I have my stash, I have my idols and such, and that's fine. But then I have my weapons category, and so I have, like, I've sorted all of my unique weapons into, like, their own tabs. And for each of these, you can, like, you can set up a bunch of logic on how they get sorted. You can also set up specific uniques that get sorted into these categories if you want. And so you set all this up, and then, like, if I go to my jewelry tab, like, okay, this is where all my rings are. If I go to the relics tab and choose to move my unique ring into the stash, it didn't show up in this tab. Where did it go? Oh my god, it's over here! Wow! Wait, why are you here? Get out of here. Tome of Elements. Elemental damage leeches health. Gambler's Falaki. Your skills gain a 100% increased crit strike chance if you have not dealt a crit recently. Excludes channeled skills. 50% less critical strike chance if you've dealt a critical chance if you've dealt a critical strike recently. Oh boy, and if I hit Alt, recently refers to the last 4 seconds. Whoa! Oh, I got the bleeding heart. Hell yeah. Less regen, but a bunch of damage leached as health. And I also get the claw to give my minions melee damage. Hey, what are you? Chance to poison on spell hit. Spells! Alright. Do I have any belts I can wear? Any hats I can wear? Oh shit, the Kestrel. Increased move speed, chance to gain haste for 1 second on hit. Increased effective haste on you, increased +1 to dexterity skills. So plus to skills in this game is really interesting, because getting +1 to a skill in this game means you can put another point on the tree. Like, getting +1 to a skill does not innately do anything, it just gives you another point to put onto the tree. Which is really neat. Boots. Increased dodge if you've been hit, increased dexterity, move speed. Less damage taken while moving, actually. When you put it that way. +1 to swipe. I don't have swipe. Does this do anything other than swipe? +1 to all attributes? Health and cold damage. Or cold resist. Yeah, I guess. I didn't need to move that. Minion buffs. Reduced damage, elemental damage taken, increased elemental damage, increased crit chance, and 7.4% of elemental damage leeches health on crit. Huh. Give me the move speed one. I love to spin fast. Then I think there was weapon. Bunch of melee physical damage, bunch of strength. Health gained on companion hit. Companions are a specific type of minion summoned by primalists. This grants you health whenever one of your companions hits an enemy. Neat. So I can have a big hammer or a big axe. Melee damage per level. And also 75% increased melee damage. Golly. Hey, Warpath, you're a melee skill, right? Huh. I think the Vow gives me more damage right now, but the Hammer will give me more damage later, maybe? Well, let's compare. 192. 144. Rolling with the axe for now. If only I cared about elemental damage, I'd be fucking set. Speaking of sets, doesn't seem like I can wear any of them. I don't care about any of this. Fuck it. Fuck. Get it all out of here. I got a big cool axe. Let's roll. All I care about right now is reducing the mana cost of my spin. And increasing the damage of my spin. There we go. Now that's a lot of damage. Oh, you're trying to spin on me? You fool! Absolute buffoon. Thinking you can spin on me? The birds ragdolling as they start to fly upwards. So they just bouncy castle into the air. Whee! Bright Blade Polaris. Hello, Ash. How's it going? So, like, if you're looking at the actual combat going on here, you can see a lot of enemies, like, winding up for a big area of effect attack. So, the dodge ability is quite useful when you're not just obliterating everything. I will say this game does not have like a difficulty selection like Diablo 3 and 4 has, which is a bit of a bummer for, like, you know, circumstances like this where I am playing an alt. And so I have some kind of advantage. And so being able to be like, oh, can I make the enemies slightly stronger for more XP? Or something like that. That would be nice. But it is fine without. This game actually does have, like, alternate leveling paths, in that as you progress through the game, at certain points in the game, you will gain access to a dungeon, and that dungeon will essentially let you skip part of the campaign if you are able to complete it. A lot of the time, I don't think it's actually worth skipping parts of the campaign to do that, because some of the side quests will give you passive points. Why would you want to skip content? You would want to skip content to get to the end game and start grinding. The end game in this game is pretty interesting. I don't want to get into it until we reach the plot point where all of that stuff is revealed. I'm going to stand by this cliff for no reason. Uh-oh! They stole Grandpa. What's in the box? Nothing. Get me out of here. Kane died in another universe. Yeah, Deckard Cain, but with bees, has been kidnapped. See, I just got another passive point for completing that quest. Wow. Deckard Cain. Deckard Cain, go to the rogues camp at once. Nice. I get to keep spinning because I leveled up. Alright. Minimum skill level increased. I understand. Do I care about any of these long term? I don't know if I do. I don't. So... what does lunge do? You reduce a portion of lunge's remaining cooldown when you hit a different melee when you use a different melee attack and hit at least one enemy. Oh, gain missing health when you use lunge. Sure, I'll just use it as a healing ability. Health regen, vitality, great. Do you know how to encounter Harbingers? Fought the initial one when you unlocked the empowered node. No, I have not reached that point yet. I still have, I think, one monolith left to complete. One or two. Alright. Grandpa had an important thing and they stole Grandpa, so we gotta save Grandpa. We gotta fight the bird people because they committed crimes. Typical. Level 9. I unlocked Shield Rush. Charge through enemies in target direction until you release the ability key. Ooh. You don't regenerate mana while rushing, though. That's actually a problem. I'll stick with Lunge, then. Oh right, this game has mana potions. And the way that mana potions work is, like, how the mana potions, how much they heal, scales off of your level, and also, there are some belt modifiers that can make your potions better. But you can just press a button to use a health potion, and you can just stock up to a certain number of health potions, depending on your belt. What's your opinion on cherry and or strawberries? I prefer strawberry. But I am also, like, I think orange is, like, the one fruit that I like on a bread. I think dead bread is, like, the fruity bread that I enjoy. I don't know how into other kinds of fruity breads I would be. It's time for a Birdman riding a feathered dragon as the boss. It's time to hurt this man. Like, I'm not a fruity cake disliker, but generally I would prefer just like a vanilla cake or something compared to a strawberry shortcake or something like that. These breads are either going to taste like cherry or strawberry or nothing at all, no in between. Oh, I see. What's your opinion on carrot cake? I'm kind of down with carrot cake. I don't hate carrot cake. Damn, he really is Decker Kane. I gotta let him out of a cage. Do you want some pound cake? I'd like some pound cake. I think I'm down with pound cake. Oh wait, before I talk to that guy, I gotta finish this other side story. Strawbagelers. Don't think you've ever had pound cake? Pound cake is just pound of butter, pound of sugar, pound of flour, right? Well, there's your recipe, Burke. I think a bunch of pound cake recipes also will add like a teaspoon of vanilla extract or something. Yeah, there was a bird riding a dragon and I beat the shit out of him. Ooh, lemon pound cake. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff.
A terror's blessing. Prayers be with you.
I'm sorry for your lots. Glazed pound cake? Glazed lemon pound cake? Oh!
Go back now, not for well, do you go? I feel as though now I apologize. Lena.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry to you too. This is what's best for us all. With the Epoch's power, I'll finally be able to.
What is this place? Where did the Osprix go? I'll have to check my surroundings.
Grandpa just used the Epoch's power. And now we're in a strange place with void monsters. What could possibly happen? Cutscene ended with him just popping out for a bit. Yeah, I don't know if that's because I'm playing online or if the timing on that is just kind of awkward. But yeah, this game is about time travel. Grandpa has taken us into the hell future. Increased mana regen. So yeah. Now we kill void creatures for a while. Because when Grandpa used the power of the time travel thing also broke. I think my mana regen is still... Oh shit, no, I have gotten enough mana regen that it's just not going down anymore. How long until you recruit Void Robo? Oh, God, if only. What's going on over here? Oh, no! The big monster took out... Oh my God, it's killing everybody! Yeah, the Void took over. Dang old Void showed up and started voiding on everyone. Said it's voiding time. The Tesla mines.
Yes, fine.
Wow, damn, I really can just keep spinning. Well, we are on the outskirts of the last refuge. The final remnants of humanity just getting completely punked by void monsters. Someone alert the elders! Some crazy shit's going down. Rune of Shattering for free? I gotta pay $2,000 at the shop for that. Four strength, 4 stand, leather belt. Rejuvenating heretical script of remedy. The sound effect of leveling up kinda reminds me of the level up sound in Skyrim. Yeah, it would... There are some places where it would be nice if enemies that were like rares or magic or something were a little more obvious. Because a lot of the time with games like this, like, you kind of quickly outstrip the need to fight normal quality enemies. You only really want to spend your time actually killing magics and rares and such. Although in this game the rares are generally pretty beefy, and the magics can put up a fight. But it could be really handy to have a bunch of normal quality enemies to just tear through for various procs or just like a little bit of extra loot chance. Oh wait, my helmet still sucks, right? Yeah. Usually enemies that are rares or uniques will be like larger varieties of enemies. Help me! Keep them off of me! They're attacking me! So during my previous playthrough, when I approached this encounter, so like the encounter loaded and started happening, but then I realized I didn't do the other side quest yet. And so I just left, and when I came back, he was like, "Thank you so much for your help. Alright, let's go." So I did not fight this boss at all. He just killed the boss by himself. Watching you start to rotate aggressively anytime something looks at you is amusing. Yeah. That's spin to win, baby. That's the life. I cut it in half! Oh, gross! The council chambers.
I see.
I see. Yeah, I see.
What? Go on then.
I have that it we plead the gods have long left this world, but their memory will
So, I have now unlocked idol slots. Idols will grant your character bonuses when equipped in the idol container located here. So, if you liked charms in Diablo 2, here you go. Here's your charms. Except instead of just giving you a bonus when you're in your inventory, you have a special little idol section of your inventory to try and shove your idols into. Increased health, increased fire damage. What's the other one do? Chance to poison on hit and necrotic resistance. Let's put the health one in. Is there any Diablo-like that doesn't have Whirlwind in it? I wouldn't want to meet it. Increased mana regen. Don't mind if I do. Strength and resists. Hot damn. Increased minion damage. Oh golly. Fire damage, health, lightning resist. Sure, we'll put that over there. Increased physical damage and mana regen. Well, hot diggity. Played a build who... The build was your tornadoes could make more tornadoes. Hell yeah. And they could chain lightning? Damn, you got it all. Alright, is this hat any good? Increased fire damage? It's fire. It's a fire hat. What about these hats? Cold? No. Thorn Slinger. +1 to physical skills. Oh, baby. And physical resist. And move speed. Say less. Increased chance to find potions. Gain haste when you use a potion. I ain't ever using a potion in my goddamn life. Any new boots I can equip? Any new weapon I can equip? Damn it. Bow's Anarchy. Chance to throw shurikens on block. +3 to shurikens. Who's out here making a staff archer lady? How about you? 68? A little bit away from that. Alright. 236. 205. The axe is still better. Any jewelry good? Melee attack speed. Crit chance with the third strike of flurry. Ooh, chance to gain haste on hit. That's pretty good. Alright. I like gaining haste on hit. Or if the potion was spinning, oh, that'd be a different story entirely. Alright. Nope. Oh, wait. Hold on. I have some runes of ascendance. Let's fucking go, big money. Small money. Big money? +1 to Symbols of Hope. Oh, I think this ring is pretty good for a different build than the one I'm doing. Plus 15% elemental resist armor healing effectiveness. I mean, Symbols of Hope is automatically activated when damage leaves you below your endurance threshold, consuming 74% of its cooldown and mana cost. Can't equip it yet anyways, but maybe that would be good. Okay. Let's explode some of this nonsense. And the rest I'm throwing on the fucking floor. Love to go to the future. My stuff from 200 years ago is better than the mountain of junk they're selling. I didn't actually check the shop. What you got in the shop? Some runes of shattering. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's nothing. Oh shit, I've got twos? Oh, because I get +1 to physical skills. Let's fucking go. Costs significantly less mana per second, but you have reduced elemental resist while spinning. I don't think I need that right now. I'll probably need that once I switch some of my gear around. Ooh, Void Spiral is doubled when wielding a two-handed weapon. Love that. Lunge now hits all enemies along its path to your target. Sure. Sounds great.
Follow your feet.
And I have 3 passive points to spend? Damn, dude. Let's just get more vitality. You have to spend 20 points in your class passive tree in order to start putting points into your ascendancy passive trees. So I gotta be mindful of not spending too many passive points in case I spend more than 20 points before I unlock the ascendancies, whatever they're called.
Stand down or die.
I love when, like, sometimes an enemy will have a modifier of, like, when this enemy dies, it'll respawn at, like, 50% health, or it'll split into 2 enemies that each have half of its health pool or something like that. And I love when enemies have that, and I just instantly kill them again as soon as they revive or split. Oh baby, oh baby. Multi-strike. Alright, I can... Aha! Look at this shit. No, no, no. See, this is how you do it. You don't just cast Lightning Bolt. You gotta spin on them. Yeah, see? That's how you do it. Oh shit, there's a nemesis. Why did you level up before Warpath? Why are you getting +2? Oh well. High chance to block while lunging. Sounds great. Damn it. Oh shit, there's a lizard! Overburdened lizard! Get him! Yeah! There are loot lizards in this game. Just like best game Dark Souls. Alright. So, a nemesis... They're powerful warriors slain by the Harbingers. So, you get 4 items. And these items... you can either challenge the nemesis and just get these items exactly as they are. You can banish it, so you don't have to fight it, and the next nemesis you find will have different items. Or you can empower it, where you fight the nemesis, you don't get the items, but the next time you find one of these things, these items will be better. And then you can challenge it and get slightly better, or you can empower it again, and then get, like, the best versions. But I don't think I really care about any of these items. I'm gonna banish it. Come back with something cooler. Yeah, it is. It's not exactly the Neo mechanic because it has the empower thing, but kinda. It is kind of the Neo mechanic. I've been thinking about going back and trying Neo 2 again, because I did enjoy Neo 1, but 2 just did not do it for me. Like, the mechanics did not grab me, and there were so many. There were too many. Neo 2 is a game that has too many mechanics. Straight up. Oh no, that lady and her friends turned into monsters. She's shooting a laser. Better kill her. Neo 1 already had an overwhelming number of mechanics, and Neo 2 was just like, okay, but what if we had more mechanics? Just like, hear me out. What if there were like twice as many mechanics? Would that be good? I keep seeing Ty Tuesday, like, talk about Neo 2, and he's just like, damn, Neo 2 slaps and bangs and fucks and etc. I just don't get it. Why am I staying out of the bubble? What am I scared of? You gotta get past the learning phase. I played that game for like 15 hours or some shit. I played a lot of Neo 2. Although I was still obviously very clearly within the learning phase. Avarice. Elemental damage leeches health, increased leech rate, and some resists. Eh. Oh yeah, are any of these good? Oh my god. You're giving me a 4-wide relic drop? I don't have four slots of relic. to work with. Potion health converted to ward. This gives mana and cold damage, but I don't really care about either of those, but it fits. So... Staying out of the bubble isn't spinning. Yeah, like, what was I thinking? Hang on, I'm curious now. How many hours did I put in Neo 2? Playtime 23 hours. I fucking tried, dude. I was definitely still in the learning phase. Neo 1 I beat the game and it was still giving me new tutorials. And Neo 2 just had more of that going on. See, you have a laser now? Yeah, this is the effect of one of the shrines that I activated. In Diablo 2, the shrines are like, I sent out some fireballs. Or, you have slightly better mana regen. In this one, you touch a shrine and it's like, I give you a giant rotating laser beam for a minute. Whoa! Lay down and die. Oh no! It's the worm! That's called the Idol of Loathing for some reason. And it can shoot lasers. Nice, nice, nice. Nice amount of mana. What's gonna happen when I defeat the idol, whatever that was? It broke the bridge! Oh my god! Ancient cavern! I'm now in the ancient era! Minus 6020 BE. You throw an axe at a nearby enemy every second while channeling Warpath. Oh! Well, I want to empower that shit. Increased physical damage while dual wielding. I mean, sure. It gives me bonuses for Warpath. I'm here fighting this interdimensional weirdo and spinning on raptors, and I'm just thinking like, damn. Breast expansion isn't going to be invented for another 6,000 years. This is so sad. What if I just go over here? What if I don't take the portal and I just keep going? That was a waste of time. What a great way to get across a gap. Time travel. Two different pathways are shining. Which is bonus and which is progress. Void-fused bat of rampancy. Yeah, the visual design in this game is really cool. It has a lot of very neat stuff going on. Because even within the eras, there is still, like, a pretty solid amount of variety. I think the Ruined era has the least amount of variety to it. But we'll get to some amount of variety. You. I'm going to empower further. Oh, he didn't say lay down and die, he said stand down or die. I guess that's like a paladin thing. Lay down and die is not exactly a paladinly thing to say to someone. This guy's so tanky. Taking actual damage? Damn, dude. Explode! You are invulnerable while lunging. Oh yeah, so for some of these skills, like, so you have to like put a point into this skill to access this skill or this skill, and that makes sense. But sometimes the connection requires additional points. So like, you need to max out the you have a high chance to block while lunging in order to access you are invulnerable while lunging. Which makes sense. Hey, did you know about crafting? I did.
Stand down and die.
High health? I ain't spinning on you for 20 minutes. These void-fused armors have so much health. Another nice thing about Warpath is that as I am playing on the controller, I'm just holding L2 right now, because it keeps moving in the last chosen direction, as long as you hold the button. This is so chill. What's going on in here? I'm turning evil! Oh no! The husk of Elder Panion. So he's got these 3 like little gem things on his life bar. I wonder what that's about. I broke the gem, and he gained a temporary shield, so that he has time to move into his next phase. Which is a clever way of handling that problem. Of like, hey, we have a boss that has multiple phases, but the players kill him too quick. We're not going to actually give him more health that the player has to work through. We're just going to give him a temporary barrier so he has time to move into his next phase. See, look how fast the barrier goes down without me interacting with it at all. Please, we worked so hard on these attacks. Let us show you the attacks. They're cool, we promise. Usually this mechanic is only used on act bosses, like map bosses and stuff like that are usually spared the energy shield treatment. It's just like, hey, this enemy is a big, important boss. So let him cook a little.
The void gave him such power. If only it hadn't taken his mind as well.
Question mark? It's the end of time! Unknown year.
In the name of the gods, where am I now?
Who are you? Oh, you're the cosmetic shop. Get the fuck out of here.
You seem a little disoriented. First time here, this is what is like. He might be kind enough to show you how to
Now, talk about cool backgrounds. The end of time is so sick. Find the bucket that teleports you to Lavos. I mean, that's kind of what this is. Look at that space dragon! What? Quest complete. Why why did that happen? So, this over here, these are all the end game. Like, once you complete the main story, these monoliths are are your maps, basically. I can show off how these things work. I can show these off on my main later, but apparently I can just go here if I wanna. Okay, so I missed this side quest. Well, I got an extra point from getting 250,000 or 25,000 XP from completing a quest that I didn't actually complete on this character. Actually, hang on. I'm curious now. If I go back over here, if I go here, what? It just leveled me up 6 times. I don't think that's supposed to happen. It's giving me credit for completing the quests, for completing these monoliths, which I'm supposed to be doing it after I beat the campaign. Alright, good to know. Well, I can unlock my my mastery now. How can you help me? How do I harness their power? Yes. Choose your mastery. Void Knight. A fallen knight who has taken part of the void inside themselves and uses it to devastate their foes at the cost of their own life. Forge Guard, a bulwark of strength and steel whose mastery of weapons armor and the animation of molten metal dominates the battlefield. Or Paladin, a righteous warrior focused on empowering and healing their allies who can take down swaths of enemies with holy fire. So you unlock Holy Aura, which gives all your nearby buddies some bonuses, and yourself. But I'm going Void Knight. Oh, my... Alright. Okay. So I'm looking at that one. And... I want that one! Wait a second. Oh, I do. Ah. I see. Okay. Well, all of the skills that I'm going to be using for this build, I don't have access to yet. So let's just I want to put mastery points into until I unlock all the skills that matter. Let's do Void Cleave. Let's get some cleavage. You cast echoes after using Void Cleave. Oh, it uses its mana cost, though. Let's do that. But now I can access Echo Knight. Because I am now a Void Knight. What's this? Apocalypse Whirl. The base physical damage is converted to Void. This damage scales with increases to Void damage, but not increases to physical damage. And it has a chance to inflict Time Rot. Bleed and Ignite chants from all sources are converted to Time Rot chants for Warpath. Time Rot is an ailment that deals 60 void damage over time, increases stun duration by 5%, lasts 30 seconds, and stacks up 12 times. While spinning, you cast Abyssal Echoes every 5 seconds. Golly. Let's see. Cyclone of War. You have additional melee leech while wielding an axe, additional crit chance while wielding a sword, additional physical penetration while wielding a mace, and additional fire penetration while wielding a scepter. Neat. Okay, so it didn't... Wait, it took away Unchained? A point of Unchained? Because it's no longer a physical skill, so I'm not getting the +1 level that I was before, because I'm getting +1 to physical skills.
I see that you are still you. That's
And I got a passive point.
if our world,
I have 8 unspent points. Oh, golly. Alright, I can show off respec while I'm in the neighborhood. Warpath hits deal more damage against enemies per stack of Time Rot on them. Sounds great. Where is the respec person? You!
Hello, traveler.
I would like to re-specialize Mastery Point. Respecking 1 point from this node costs 60 gold. Great. Respecking 1 point from this node costs 40 gold. Great. Respecking 1 point from this node costs 80 gold. Okay, so wait. So I want 8, 1, 5, 6. Is that correct? That is correct. So now, go over here. What do we got? Health, Void Resist, Fizz Resist, increased damage, Health Leech, ooh. Does not scale with points allocated, oh. And doubled effects on recent kill. Well, that's pretty good. And then we put some points into this. I have unlocked Volatile Reversal. A combo ability that jumps forward in time to a target location, performs a melee attack on arrival, recast within 3 seconds to jump backwards in time to your original location and perform a melee attack on arrival. Fucking time magic? You leech a portion of your melee and void damage as health. But also, 5-point bonus, increased leech rate. Alright. I kind of just want more damage for right now. Increased melee damage, increased armor, and 5-point bonus. Area with melee area skills, plus 25%. Neat. Okay. So I need that skill, and I need that skill, and I need that skill. But also I need that skill, because it's just a really good buff. Okay. So let's go back here and completely obliterate everything. I'm gonna unlock JoJo powers and negate attacks through causality. I appreciate that they play around with the time stuff. Like, hey, this is a game all about doing time travel nonsense. So here is some cool powers that you get for doing time nonsense. So now you can see there it is. I can now summon echoes. Well, because the power that is doing all of the time nonsense and messing up time and corrupting time and all that, that's void magic. So being a void knight means that I am also getting time corruption powers. But it's okay that I'm using them, because I'm the protagonist. Amulet. What amulet is that? Gambler's Phallicy. Destroy the husks. I've destroyed the husks, now I must destroy the betrayer. Which of you is the betrayer? You? You look like a betrayer. Another passive point! Yay! Oh wait. Harbinger victim nearby? Oh shit? Imagine. How good is this thing now? It gives a bunch of fire resist and a bunch of necrotic resist. Yeah, sure. It's pretty good. Oh, increased axe throw frequency at 10% per 10% increased physical damage. Increased physical damage while dual wielding. But I'm void. I ain't got physical damage. I'm doing void damage. I'm still gonna fight this guy and get the stuff. But, My single target could use some work. Would have been useful if you hadn't gotten those free levels and still had to work up to Void Knight. Yeah, it's fair. What song is this? Oh, fuck! I didn't have it up all this time. I've been going for 2 hours, I didn't have it up! What song? Are you looking for this song, which is Everyday Sunshine? Or are you looking for this song, which is Flying the Freedom? Or this one, which is Under Construction? I thought it was on purpose. No! It was a mistake! I mean, this still gives me +1 Warpath. I think that's still good. But dang it. Could have been better.
You thank you. There is an
Are there any other quests in any of these areas, or am I actually progressing? Yeah, see, alternate leveling path. This route may bypass many areas, but requires access to and completion of the Lightless Arbor. So basically you skip, like, a lot of this stuff and do a dungeon instead. The dungeons each have a unique mechanic going on, and they're pretty neat. Like, the Lightless Arbor, the area is dark. Like, not so dark that you can't see what's going on, but you have a lantern following you around. And like, enemies that are in the darkness take less damage and deal more damage. And you have a button where you can send the... Get back here. You can send the little lantern to stay in place if you're, like, trying to stay at range from enemies. And the boss has a mechanic where you have to, like, the boss is invulnerable and you have to light 2 things on fire by having the lantern stay next to it. And so you can stand next to it while the lantern is following you, and that'll count. Or you can send the lantern over to it. And, like, just, like, focus on avoiding attacks. Also, my mana is going down again! Because I am now casting a thing automatically as I am doing my spin. I may be using too much mana. I may need to switch off of that. Yeah, because it uses like 30 mana. Ah. You monsters. While I'm at my keyboard. Is it doing big numbers worth of the cost? Not yet. I think I need to yoink that point out of there. Remove spent points of your choosing from this skill tree. Each point removed will reduce the skill's level by 1 if above your minimum skill level. Level up the skill as normal to spend these points again. And, like, that sounds bad, but also... if a skill is... you bring skills up to their most relevant level pretty quick. Let's see. I can get some extra area, extra block chance and effectiveness. Oh shit! While spinning, you have increased move speed. It's pretty tempting. Yeah. I'll just max out increase move speed next. I do need some more damage, but... or it would be nice to have some more damage. But also, going fast though. Oh shit, it's a time mage. Or an exiled mage. So sometimes you will find the prison of an exiled mage. And if you crack it open, you have to fight the mage. But when you kill them, they drop cool stuff. So, there are certain item modifiers that you can basically only get from killing exiled mages. So, like, that blue modifier. Increased dodge rating and increased endurance threshold if you have not been hit recently. Endurance is kind of a weird mechanic. Basically, endurance makes it so you take less damage. Hang on. Game guide. Hey, game guide, what does endurance do? Allows you to take less damage while below a certain health value. While your health is less than your endurance threshold, you will take less damage equal to your endurance value. This reduction applies to health, but not to ward. Endurance has a cap of 60% less damage taken, multiplicative with other modifiers, while endurance threshold does not have a cap. Endurance applies to any damage taken while below your endurance threshold, even if the instance of damage applied while you were above it. If you take a hit of 100 damage, but 50 of that damage was below your endurance threshold, the last 50 damage will have endurance applied to it. All characters start with 20% endurance and have an endurance threshold equal to 20% of their maximum health. It mitigates both hits and damage over time, which is relevant because evasion is also a pretty powerful mechanic, but it doesn't work against damage over time. But yeah, the game guide is very useful. It's a big ol'... it's like an in-game wiki, basically. Alright, this is one of the spider-heavy areas. Where I only... like, I kinda just... only half look at the screen. But I can get away with that kind of thing in this kind of game. I don't need to be paying exact attention to where I'm spinning on them. See? Oh wait, I was gonna say, look, I got the Warpath level back already, but I didn't. I'm an idiot. about to level up, though. Ooh. Boss monster. You can tell it's a boss monster because it shows up with a little skull on the map. Well, I guess this is not a boss, it's a champion, I think? I have leveled up. What do we got? Potion book? I don't give a shit about potion book. Do I look like a potion book kind of guy? Slipstream. You can now lunge to allies. Warrior's Renewal recovers an additional amount of lunges cooldown and also grants your health when it triggers. Sure. Oh shit, and a time mage? The time mage put in time prison for time crime? I guess I could just, like, try and move through these areas quicker, not actually kill all these enemies, since I am overleveled. But it's fun to just kill stuff in this game. That's what ARPGs is all about. Stepped foot in New Jersey and gained several levels. I could go get even more levels, probably.
Who are you? Go on.
I'm curious if it would give me that big ol' lump of XP every time I go to the waypoint of one of the monoliths that I've already cleared on my other character. It would let me wear some more of those unique items. What are you? Chimera's Essence. Increased damage while transformed. Move speed while transformed. Resists lowered while transformed. I'm not into TF. Goodbye. I don't remember if there's a werewolf form. I don't remember what all transformation options there are. I know there is a Spriggan form, because I have found several items that care about Spriggan form. But are you into TF2? I'm more about the lore of that game than the actual game itself. But yeah, when I played a Primalist, I was playing a bear Primalist. I was doing a companion Primalist, so I don't know how good the transformation options are. Oh my god, there's so many rares over here. Ha! I should go check the stash next time I'm in town. See if there's any big gear upgrades waiting for me. If there was a werecat, I'd probably try it. There was one in World of Warcraft, there was one ability, I think it was a druid ability, that had like a specific modifier during Mists of Pandaria, I think it was, where instead of turning into a cat for your cat form, you would turn into a Sethrak, which is the cat people of WoW, I think. I thought that was an artifact trinket only. I don't remember. I've basically never played druid. I technically had a max level druid at some point, but druid has never been a notable class for me. If you remember it, you probably remember it better than I do. I'll take your word for it. 3% elemental resists. Hot dog. But tons of mana, cast an explosion if you get stunned. What are you? Health and mana, mana spent gained as ward. Increased crit chance, reduced crit multiplier. Not my crit multiplier. Chance to ignite on hit. Fire damage over time. Melee fire damage. Any of y'all got Void? Oh, a Void. If I do Space Void, will that work? Space Void space? Void resist? Aha! Melee void damage. Chance to apply Time Rot. Okay. Damn it. The shield is level 30. The amulet's 24. The knife requires a level 50. Dang it. Increased void damage. Level 24? Oh shit! I can use that next level. More armor. Armor mitigation also applies to damage over time. Damn! Percentage of void and necrotic damage taken as physical damage. Ooh. I'll put that right over there. Wear it as soon as I can. Unarmed shenanigans. Chance to cast Stationary Fire Tornado at enemy on hit. Alright. Less damage taken while you have haste. When you gain haste or refresh, you gain some ward, some move speed. Do I have any void weapons? Void shields? Ooh, big void damage. Level 51. 79. Come on. Oh shit. Dreamthorn. Melee void damage, void penetration. Block chance, health on block, block effectiveness. Yeah. Seems great. Oh wait, let's do a comparison. 483. 666! Hell yeah! Oh, you know what I should do? So these are all staves. Oh, that's a mace. Ah. Increased area for void area spells. Chance to transport devouring orbs around the target location when you use a racing strike. I see. Alright. What other... I mean, this belt is probably just... It is plus to physical skills. But the other effects are also just, like, pretty good. Oh, right, this belt lets your... this belt lets your potions crit. Your crit chance also applies to your potion uses. When a potion crits, the health and ward you immediately gain is multiplied by a percentage of your crit multiplier. This is pretty silly. Mage body armor, rogue body armor. Less damage taken when wielding a two-handed melee weapon. And increased melee damage. And increased health. You don't regenerate health, but I get a lot of my health from on-hit triggers anyways? That might be good. How about you? More melee damage to high health enemies, increased attack and cast speed, and just plus to all attributes? Oh, that's not too bad. It also has Weaver's Will, which means as I use it, it will gain additional multiplier, like modifiers. It'll gain markipliers. Extra evade charge. Haste after you use evade. How about these two boots? Chance to gain haste when nearby enemy dies. Sure. We'll switch these two, I think. Frostbite, so that's all cold stuff. Cold cuts. Okay. That's enough inventory shenanigans. Just gonna dump all this stuff on the ground and carry on. Symbol of hope. What's going on over here? This weapon is so bright and so purple. Warlock tank is a spec in Season of Discovery. Ah. Have you been playing Season of Discovery? Is it good? I don't think I would actually play it even if it was, but I'm curious. Periodically becomes rampant. Oh no. I thought that only happened to AIs. The Mace Windu sword, hell yeah. Folks is getting wiped out in this video game. Unique body armor. Weaver added an effect to the swaddling of the beast. Or whatever it was. What I got? Swaddling of the erased. Chance to shred armor on hit. Ooh. Intelligence is not good, but chance to shred armor is pretty good, I think. I don't know if it's actually particularly good on for Void. I don't know if that would apply. I think that might just be a physical thing. It's weird that they have you, like, that they let you just auto pick up gold, but you don't automatically pick up shards, because shards go to a separate inventory. So it's not like they're taking up space. Yo, what up? Oh no, I have to defeat the Void Centipede. Yo, what up? Pressing A will command your minions to attack the target or run to the target location. Oh right, that's another big thing about doing a minion build in this game, is that you actually have control over your minions. You can give your minions an attack move command. Do I actually want move speed? What am I saying? Of course I want move speed. Pretty good. Hello, skeleton attached to a weird machine. The last Imperial, huh? Might you be a member of the Undying Legion? An empire of people that turn them into immortal skeletons using, like, lots and lots and lots of human sacrifice. One of the main antagonist factions in this game is basically just, what if there was an entire, like, nation of liches? $40K coded, yeah, a little bit. Ooh, money! Season of Discovery is pretty great. They recently released Phase 8, purportedly the last phase. Completely unique new raid. Oh! Almost every spec is viable, rotations have been improved to be more fun, new bosses. Damn! But I can't be a Volpera, though. Hey, buddy. Oh, you took out my phylacteries? Oh, this is great news. Scarlet Enclave is basically what happened after Naxxramas was raided the first time. The Scarlet Crusade got the Ashbringer. Right, I had seen someone mention something about, like, yo, the Ashbringer is back? I've unlocked Abyssal Echoes. Okay. Why am I using the controller for this? Despecialized skill. Put Abyssal Echoes in there. So what Abyssal Echoes does, a Nova echoes from up to 8 enemies it reaches and applies Abyssal Decay. Enemies with Abyssal Decay take void damage over time for 5 seconds. If they take a hit, all the damage is dealt to them immediately. Abyssal Echoes now creates an Abyssal Rift at the target location that casts Abyssal Echoes for you 3 times. Ooh. Abyssal Decay causes enemies to have reduced physical resistance, but it's no longer consumed when an enemy is hit. Oh. Directly using Abyssal Echoes grants you Nether Coating, granting you an extra attack speed, causing you to deal more damage to blinding enemies. Nether Coating also gives you a chance to inflict Time Rot. Nether Coating is activated even on non-direct casts, contrary to the tooltip. Ah, I see. Abyssal Rifts cast an additional Abyssal Echoes. Abyssal Decay now blinds enemies. Oh. So many cool effects. I still need extra mana generation to actually use them. Let's get the Rift. Deals significantly more damage, but no longer chains. Ah. Interesting. Initial burst shreds enemy armor. Increased duration. Let's just focus on that stuff. Okay. Hello. Hey, this camp full of cultists that you've been helping out, they went to the ritual site. I don't know what's going on over there. I'm sure whatever it is gonna be really great. Thunder Fury is in Season of Discovery, wasn't changed, still good. Great. Oh no, the cultists turned themselves into a void amalgamation. How could this have possibly happened? I'm still safe from World of Warcraft until they let me be a Volpera Paladin. Once that happens, I might play it for a while. The squishy noises, it could be anything, to be perfectly honest. Hey, why is that in the past? Alright, I should show off the loot filter. So I am currently just using a loot filter that I just yoinked off of the build that I'm using. But the loot filter rules that you can set up are ridiculous. Recolor all unique items with at least 3 legendary potential or at least 21 Weaver's Will. Recolor with 2 legendary potential. Show all uniques with at least 1 legendary potential. And so, like, show all legendary items, but then this is show all uniques. And that's because one of the options you can use for, like, changing the way that items show up is you can have rules where they will show up in all caps. You can also set up character level dependencies. It's pretty nutty. Using last Epoch loot filter to play Bad Apple with item tooltips. But yeah, very, very good loot, like built-in loot filter functionality. Which is, like, extra useful in this game because, like, selling items that you just pick up off the ground is worthless. So even if you don't want to get, like, super fancy with, like, changing the colors and, like, emphasizing and all that, you can just set it up so it's, like... And because you don't have to identify items... Alright, here's a dragon. You can set it up so it's, like, only show items that have at least 3 of these 3 out of these, like, 8 different modifiers that I care about. And just, like, show uniques and show set items and stuff. Having a complex loot filter is cool, but having a complex loot filter that lets you share filters is amazing. Oh, yeah. Like, if you want to... Like, I've been getting some of my builds off of maxroll.gg, and they have a button where it's just like, loot filter. Here is the endgame loot filter, and you click the button that says loot filter, and it copies the loot filter to your clipboard. And then you scroll down in the gameplay section of the settings menu. Loot filter. Manage loot filters. And then you just click this button. Add new loot filter. And like you could open the folder where you have them saved to files, you can create a new one, or just paste the contents of your current clipboard. It's almost like this game was made by people who play their game. Yeah, this game is very much made by people who they don't just play their own game, but they play like every ARPG they can get their hands on. And they look at all of the shit that all of those games do. And they're like, we can do that. That's fun. Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's do that. Why weren't we doing this already? Alright, I should check what all modifiers have been applied to the Weaver's Will items that I'm wearing. Because they had a lot of points worth of Weaver's Will on them. It was like one of them was 12 or 13, the other was like 15. And so if it's like adds extra juice to the item once for each of those points, like that's a lot. ACE exploit from importing loot filters. I don't know. One would think they have thought of that, but maybe not. I mean, if you want to be safe, then, like, you, instead of just copying it to your clipboard and then just immediately putting it in the game, you could put it in a text file or something. But I have a feeling that they took into consideration the potential of nefarious uses of this technology. Alright, I have a new hat I can wear. Bam. Now doing over 1,000 damage with Warpath. Look, you can be Coconut Mallin anywhere. Even in a spider cave. Level 25. What do I want from this tier? Probably something cool, right? Oh. Your critical strikes deal more damage for each passive point you have invested in the Void Knight tree. And if you put 5 points into it, you get an additional critical multiplier per point spent in Void Knight. Or no, so the base, the regular, like, leveling up this normally just gives you increased crit chance. But once you reach 5, then you get the then you get the big bonus. You gotta invest. Throwing void damage increased. Your spells and attacks deal additional void damage. You have increased max health. Whenever you kill an enemy, you have a chance to absorb part of their health. And just increased melee void damage. Alright. Why don't we go over there? It's so tempting to go back to the end of time and, like, just level myself up to fuck using the monoliths. Worst case scenario into the compression algorithm to cause a buffer overrun and overflow into return-oriented programming, where you repurpose the building blocks of existing code and rearrange them into new code. Yeah, that's some nonsense. Actually, I've been going for almost 3 hours. What if I did just go level myself up a lot? That's right, we're gonna cheat. Enemies have 1% penetration per area level for each damage type. I don't know if I'm using mechanics as intended. Oh shit. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, oh, it's not giving me the XP this time. What is the trigger for it giving me the XP? Oh, that's the one that I haven't done yet on my other character. It only worked on some of them. Very interesting. It wasn't a one-time bug. As it stands, it was a 3-time bug. Because it did happen once while I've been here. It's like while I am, like, I hit a specific trigger and the game got confused or something. Cosmic rays. Yeah, we got a bit flip. Well, I got 1 extra level out of it. Mage healers and rogue tanks. Ooh. I don't want to interact with Ghost Nuker. Leave me alone. Later, Asp. This is a cool game. Alright, what do we got? Increased cast speed, chance to shred armor on hit, block chance, block effectiveness. Intelligence, vitality, 2 different kinds of armor. Golly. Oh, this gives me a bunch of extra void damage. Crit chance with void skills. Chance to inflict time rot. Chance to create a void rift. How much worse is my survivability going to get if I switch these out? Evade is replaced by Terrify. It's a hell of a description. Plus to Fireball. Melee stun chance, stun duration, can't leech health. Are any of these helmets better than my current one? Maybe. Alright, these things are level 50. Oh right, I was gonna show off my main. So maybe I'll do a little more spinning, but walk through a portal, find yourself at the top of TikTok clock. That would be crazy. The top? I get the Womp Star for free? Umbreon majority? That makes sense. May have to look at this game. I think it's really good. Okay, so these monoliths. Let's go to one of the 2 that I have not completed yet. Okay, so you click on this thing, and you get this. So, each of these, they're referred to as echoes. Each of them has a modifier. So like in this area, high health enemies deal 25% increased damage. Player modifiers, increased item rarity and increased XP gain. And the rewards for the echo, the rewards for this echo is piles of gold, 10 timeline stability, and up to 22 bonus timeline stability. So like you can go do these areas, like you can hunt down specific types of rewards if you're looking for something specific. So just like, I want Tomes of Experience, I want Affix Shards. I do want Tomes of Experience. Loading the Volcanic City. Alright, so my main ability is I shoot an arrow that hits the enemy, it like locks onto an enemy and then hits that enemy over and over and over and over and over and over. And if that enemy dies, that arrow will move on to another enemy. And the arrows will just keep doing their thing as long as they have a target to keep doing their thing. Also, anytime after the first time an arrow hits an enemy, that arrow hits an enemy again, there's a chance that I will summon fire daggers, which you can see rotating around me, and those will automatically fire at the nearest enemy. I have this dash, and when I use that dash, I create a shield of shuriken around me, and those shuriken will blind and stun or root enemies? I don't remember which. And also, as long as the shuriken are, like, hovering around me, then I get big defense increases. If I actually manually cast shuriken, then I get that defensive boost without using my dash, but also it does a little backflip, which is nice, because that's an extra source of evasion that I get. I also have a decoy, which is not specialized. It can just draw aggro off of me sometimes if I need it, but I also have a smoke bomb. When I initially cast the smoke bomb, I get a stack of an effect that nullifies the next source of damage that would hit me. And then I get more stacks of that effect if I stay in the smoke cloud for a while, and I also get a bunch of other bonuses. And you can see, like, if you're paying attention to my health orb, you can see that these enemies are actually dealing damage to me. I'm fighting level 90 enemies here. So I actually do need to use some of these defensive mechanics, despite the fact that I kill things very quickly. Yeah, the number over my HP orb is my current amount of ward, which is kind of like an energy shield that just depletes over time. Focusing on ward is usually something that the more castery classes likes to do, but also ward builds were the meta for a while. With the new update, because with the new update, like, they went into things knowing that player characters were generally going to get a power boost across the board. So they were like, hey, we're using this opportunity to we are in the process of introducing these new sources of power, giving ward fewer things, like fewer new toys, than health builds. So it's not, we are nerfing ward builds, it's, we are giving slightly more stuff to other builds to try and even things out. Dude can type at 100 word per minute. What's this? What do we got? Belt that I don't care about. Explosive trap. Okay. Oh yeah, while I'm in one of these areas, I'm currently in a tomb of the erased. While I'm in these areas, whenever I crack open one of the time prisons, there's a chance that there's a chance that there is an extra exiled mage in there, but also there's a chance that, like, there's also a chance that there's a champion that'll spawn in. And so you get, like, basically a boss monster, and also you can get an extra time mage in the same role. So sometimes when you open one of those time prisons, suddenly there are 2 rogue exiles and a boss just there now. Should go back to sleep, but open Unity and might as well do something. Yeah, I know the feeling. But yeah, the Tomb of the Erased. I have a bunch of extra modifiers that apply to specifically Tomb of the Erased zones. Because these zones, the Tombs of the Erased, are part of, like, the big... like, one of the big new things they did with the major content update. So you get these extra zones that can, like, spawn in whenever you do an echo or a map, however you want to refer to it. But then, at the end, you can get a chest that's full of the map reward, but also you can get a woven enchanter. This is like the default reward that you get at the end of one of these tombs. And you enchant a class-specific idol with the Weaver's Touch. So, do I have any class-specific idols that are not already Weaver-touched? I don't. But basically, these, like, these idols, the charm equivalent, you can get some of these that are class-specific, like this one. So, increased recurve chance with Heartseeker, which means extra chance for it to hit the same enemy again. And increased damage while wielding a bow. And also, plus 10% to all elemental resistances. That's cool. But then, because it is Weaver-touched, I get those 2 extra modifiers on it, which is increased damage while wielding a bow, and increased chance to repeat bow ability, and then also extra crit chance and crit multiplier. Chance to receive a glancing blow when hit is pretty good, but frostbite duration does nothing, so let's re-roll that. Chance to not consume a potion on potion use. That's worse. That's way worse. I made a mistake. Because I had never used potions. But I completed the map. And I get prizes and loot. Your idea for this for the breads was doomed from the start. Tragic. But if you are learning, if your bread skill is improving, then even a failure is a success, if you really think about it. Oh yeah! The Cemetery of the Erased. Let's go do that. Because that's, like... The Cemetery of the Erased... The tombs are a nice little extra bonus. Like, they're a bonus zone to your regular echoes. Which is, like, the core of your endgame stuff. So, like, the tombs are nice. But the cemetery, or whatever that was, those are the real shit. The crypt, whatever they're called. That's the real shit. Oh shit, portal charm. A portal charm lets you skip to the boss of a dungeon. And you can use a portal charm whenever you are going into a dungeon to just skip to the boss if you want. They're pretty rare, though. But also, other than the portal charms, there's also, I think they're called scale charms, which gives the area an increased chance of having loot lizards. So I don't really care about that. But Egg of the Forgotten can be replaced with a unique item that lacks both legendary potential and Weaver's Will. Changes into a random unique item if challenged or empowered. So what you can do with this is you can put a unique in there and basically give it a cool bonus that it did not already have. Do I have any items that I particularly want to do that with? What if I do it with this extra Dream Thorn I have? Now let's empower it. So this game is like relatively easy as far as action RPGs go, but there is a lot of really neat things going on with in terms of like optimization. And also, if you're not following a build, I recommend not following a build for your first playthrough of this game, because I think the skill system is actually really cool. Like, the skill trees for every skill means that, like, oh, I think this skill is really neat, and then you go into it and you kind of tinker with the way the skill functions to make it work, you know, just how you want it to. And sometimes there's like, oh, I like this idea in theory, but then I actually started playing it and I didn't really like it. But, you know, there can be like a node on the tree that would change the way that it functions to be more in line with the way that you want it to be. And so there's a lot of customization, there's a lot of decision making, and actually playing it is broadly fun, I think. You know, I think there is a good balance of letting you just completely decimate things, but a good balance of letting you be very powerful, which, you know, is often what you want to achieve in these games, while still presenting credible threats that don't just one-shot you instantly. Because that's one of the biggest problems with ARPGs of, like, how do we... The player characters are getting so strong, how do we present a threat? Oh, what if we make an enemy that just does a shitload of damage? Just a truly obscene amount of damage. And it's like, I guess you could. How about we introduce mechanics where the player has to stop what they are trying to do and instead go do this different thing so they don't die instantly. Like, there's a lot of very awkward ways you can handle, Oh wait, am I using the wrong filter? Am I still set to... No, I'm on the right filter. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, Path of Exile is like, if you want to do anything even remotely approaching endgame content, then, like, here is the checklist that you need to... Whoa, whoa, whoa! Here is your checklist of things you need to accomplish so you are not one-shot by anything. Yeah, Veil Pact was a pretty bad one for a while there. No matter what class you are playing. Alright, so first things first, you're gonna go get Veil Pact. But also, I am someone that, like, I am pretty cool with games that, like, offer... When it comes to grind games, when it comes to games where you're just like, alright, I'm gonna do 30 maps in a row today, and that's my gaming time of the day. I don't want the game to be too hard. I don't want to have to be 100% locked in the entire time, but I appreciate if sometimes I am presented with scenarios where I am, like, threatened, where I am challenged, where I do have to lock in. I just don't want to have to lock in the whole time. And yeah, like, one of the big parts of Path of Exile's appeal is just being so broken powerful that nothing threatens you. The cuckoo may randomly change into a random exalted item when a nearby item dies. Huh. Alright. This item will turn into a different item. Good luck. 5% increased health is pretty good. I'll hold on to that. Damage over time. Healing effectiveness. Cold penetration, fire resist. Contains a random unique amulet. It's another bleeding heart. Okay. Let's go to this area. Some developers have become too caught up in the weeds of creating perfectly balanced competitive games. Yeah. Yeah, I do think that, like, focusing entirely on how is this going to affect the competitive environment, I think that can be a big problem, especially, you know, I can appreciate wanting to tone down builds that are too good, because if you allow the players to remove all of the challenge too easily, then there's just nothing. There's nothing there. You have to present them with the opportunity of, like, reaching that goal, reaching the point of being, like, stupid strong. And sometimes, just like, hey, this thing is too good. And it's like, oh, yeah. That's fine. You know, there are factors, like, when you are, like, with Path of Exile, like, hey, these builds are farming too well. These builds are, like, way too capable of getting all of the most powerful gear super easily, super consistently, and now there is no value to any items. And, like, yeah. If you are removing the value of, like, what a powerful item is, and the availability of you know, grinding for the best stuff is the game. So, you do have to take stuff like that into consideration, but you don't have to make everything... you don't have to make everything perfectly balanced. And making things perfectly balanced is probably a bad idea. if a thing is, like, incredibly blatantly, like, inarguably overpowered, sure, you can tune that down. But if a thing is just really good, it's like with Last Epoch, like, what are the most powerful characters doing? What are the most powerful builds around? And it's like, oh, all of the most powerful builds, all of the builds that are capable of doing all of the content in the game are ward builds. So maybe we should nerf ward, but also, why aren't health builds doing all of the content? Like, what if we just made health builds better, and now there are ward builds and health builds that are doing all of the content? What if we just did it like that? Oh shit, I've got some rings! Big money! Aww. Throwing damage, crit avoidance, that's fine. But what if? Big money? Aw. Alright, big money. Aw. I can't stop winning! Gain Dusk Shroud when hit is pretty hot. Dusk Shroud is a stacking buff. Each stack grants 50 dodge rating and 5% chance to receive a glancing blow when hit, and glancing blows deal 35% less damage. Like tier 5 poison resist. If that poison resist were something else, maybe I would mess around with it, but increased decoy, Pyromancer's Flesh-Bound Tome of Frost. Okay. Yeah, like, if a game is perfectly balanced, then you're losing half the time. Like, for the average player, people want to play the underdog. Yeah, like, it seems like, in terms of balance, the Last Epoch devs are pretty down for, like, we're not super interested in nerfing stuff. We would rather just buff stuff until everything is very strong. And, like, sure, that the game ends up on the easy side because of that, but I don't know. How do we keep players playing if, like, they're able to complete all of the content? Well, what if we just gave them a bunch of weird niche ways to optimize their gear? And that's gonna hold on to a good lot of people. But also, like, just walking around and killing stuff in this game feels good. Like, the gameplay is fun. Why is that UI? Like, I was having a great time spinning to winning, and I'm having a great time, like, pressing a bunch of different buttons to flip and spin and shoot a million arrows everywhere. Like, the first time that I played through this game, I was having a great time just walking casually through zones while 30 skeletons and zombies and such just fucking pummeled anything in my way. Yeah, my understanding of the Tekken problem is, hey, there's this character with a cool mechanic, but that mechanic isn't very good. And they go, okay, we're going to improve that. And then they improved, like, they essentially made every character able to do that thing better than that character did. Like, that character did get a buff, but that buff did not take them above where the buff took everyone else. It's like, hey, Ryu's Hadouken is, like, pretty undertuned. Like, it doesn't feel on the same level as everyone else's projectiles. And the devs go, okay, we're going to buff projectiles. And everyone's projectile, like, the Hadouken was buffed, but everyone else's projectiles were buffed more. Or, like, they were all buffed the same amount, but Ryu's was already undertuned. And that was the problem. But a lot of that kind of thing, you know, it is difficult to make a direct comparison between, like, oh, what, like, this... Frickin' Tekken to last Epoch is really apples to oranges. You know, you can't always just... You can't solve every problem with buffs. Sometimes a nerf is correct. You just gotta be careful about how you handle that kind of thing. Because also, like, in addition to, you know, the differences in whether a game is PvE or PvP, or, like, how, like, in what way a game is competitive. The way that you handle balance is going to be different. But also, the vibe of the game. If your game is not intended to be super challenging as a baseline, then you're probably going to err towards buffing over nerfing. I think with something like an ARPG, like, sometimes you want to nerf something for the economy, sometimes you want to nerf it just because it becomes the only viable option. I remember a long time in Path of Exile 1 where no matter what build you were playing, every single build, the best leveling solution was fire totems. No matter what your end game build was going to be like, no matter, like, every build, you level with fire totem. I'm just gonna slam-a-jam all this stuff into this tab because I don't want to sort loot on stream anymore. Okay. So this is what's this thing called again? I don't remember what this thing is called. But hey, it's the map of my monolith, but there are some empty slots, and I've got some things over here. What could that possibly mean? So what the cemeteries allow you to do is you can socket in maps. Yes. Like, you find these items randomly, usually while doing crypts and cemeteries and stuff like that. But you can just slot some of these items onto the map, into the monolith. So it's like, complete the objective to claim loot fit for a great primalist. Complete the objective to claim loot fit for a great rogue. It's like, oh, I want some rogue loot. Where's the... Antipode Drift. Travel back to the ancient area and destroy whatever created the Antipode Rift. Always drops a unique piece of armor. It's like, oh, okay. So let's do... the Antipode Rift. Do I have the... Yeah. The Forgotten Keep. Wade through the blood-soaked halls to confront the Baroness. So let's do the Baroness, and then let's do the Rogue loot one. And so as you progress through these manually placed echoes, then, like, branching paths off of them will start to appear. So even if you don't place, like, enough of them to just finish the monolith entirely, it will start giving you some alternate paths to go off and do. Rouge loot? I'm down for that. As I'm getting older, I'm really preferring easier games. I'm still down with, like, challenge. I am up for hard games, you know, frickin' Nine Sols. Final boss took me 6 hours. And that was great. I was having a great time the whole time, basically. I really enjoyed that experience. But if I'm, like, playing I want to kill a million enemies funny loot game like this, yeah, I don't really want to, you know, have to be on my A game the entire time that I am just, like, clearing zones trying to find the ring of hot shit. The ring that makes you hot shit. Don't have the reflexes for Sekiro. Yeah, that's fair. I think part of my relationship with challenge at the moment is the Elden Ring DLC, as a big example here. I was playing the Elden Ring DLC, like, off stream, like, for fun, for myself. but there are many things in the Elden Ring DLC that feel just flagrantly overtuned. Just challenging in a way that doesn't feel as much fun to engage with. Like, it's the DLC was giving me a feeling of I can do this, but I don't really want to spend the time that it would take for me to get good enough at this to do this specifically. Ooh. Increased attack speed and stun chance. Hot damn. Wow, big cool dragon. And it has the health meter thing. And also it's using fire and ice abilities. It's like Funny Dota. Perfect difficulty right now is playing a generally easy game on hard difficulty. That makes sense. Antipode is the name of the Marl, Luca, Ice-Fire, Dual-Tech, and Chrono Trigger. I feel like there is some kind of science-y reason why that term is used. But maybe it is just a Chrono Trigger reference. Oh wait, what? Get... Okay. I one time experienced a weird thing where, like, I could not tell if I had picked up loot because I used the interact, like, I was pressing X, the interact button, to try and pick up loot while I was next to a zone transition. The game is named after the Chrono Trigger ship. Yeah, that's fair. Opposite side of the planet. Synonym for opposite. Oh. No. And Tikton. The hypothetical shadow Earth behind the sun at the exact opposite side of the orbit. Where did I hear Anticton? Antichton? Where have I heard that term recently? Was it in an Exalted thing? Was that, like... SMT? Yeah, maybe. High level almighty spell that has debilitate attached to it. Damn. In SMT4. Ah. Is that something that the player can get? Or is that just a boss skill or something? Loads of money! You can get anything in SMT4? Oh boy. I've considered looking into SMT4, and then I remember, like, oh right. The fucking Grim Reaper can show up and, like, get extra turns, and then use all of those extra turns to steal all of my money. Dagger! But where am I supposed to be going? Yeah, just go right through the wall. That's fine. You have to grind to get them to spawn. I see. I see. If you kill it, you get everything and more back? Oh, damn. Giant scorpion! I didn't want to go down the stairs, I wanted to pick up the loot. Do you recommend SMT3 hard type? Is it just like hard mode with some extra stuff added in kind of thing, or is it like a total overhaul mod? Hard mode changes the base system and demon balancing. Doesn't change narrative or the game outside of the balance. Okay. I'm curious. And it's not like SMT3 is a super long game. Is it for the HD version? I'd recommend SMT4 if you haven't played it. Just stock up on play coins. Oh boy. How strong can I make a Nekomata in SMT4? Keep going back upstairs. I was able to make a Nekomata pretty strong in SMT5.
Easy. Too easy.
4 doesn't let you grow demons much. Oh. Hey, it's the Baroness! What abilities does she use? She creates firewalls! And she drops equipment crafting materials! I really like this map. Like, it's a bit long to, like, grind out or anything like that. But, I mean, she does drop pretty rare affix shards, so... Hard type still doesn't have choosing skills on fusion. Oh! Maybe when the hard type for HD comes out, if it is similar and good, I'll check that out. And she runs in Unity? Really? Wow. I was unaware. I feel like there are some big... There's a big RPG or two that I've been meaning to play. I've been meaning to get back to Etrian Odyssey 3. I mean, I guess Final Fantasy 14. But... Ow! That was over half my health bar, you jerk. I don't know how interested I am in Clair Obscura. It seems funky. It seems weird. It seems interesting. Event, the bass, the treble. Final Fantasy 16, yeah. Need to finish Rebirth, too. Recently I've been, like, kind of focused on games where I can just, like, games where I can, like, have the progression of, like, a central thing. Like, I want to build up towards having like, some colonies and stuff in Star Sector. I've been messing around with the new Elder Kings 2 patch, which finally brought it up to the most recent version of Crusader Kings 3, which means that you can do Roads to Power adventurer stuff in it now. which has been neat. Kenshi. I tried. I should try again. I need... Maybe I need some advice on, like, how I should be approaching that game. Yeah, like, it's pretty tough to get into, and also, like, so open. It is so exceptionally just like, here is the world. Figure out what to do. And sometimes I can handle that, sometimes I can't. More often than not, I cannot. Yeah, I'll watch Jim play it every now and then, and just like I get it, but also when I sit down at it, like when I sit down and try and play it and try and get into it, I guess it's like a combination of I don't know how capable I am of accomplishing any given task. I don't know, like, what kinds of things are good to be doing for any purpose. I just don't, I straight up do not know what I'm doing. I know, in theory, how to play the game. But in terms of what to do to play the game, it is just beyond me. It's so open that not even getting chopped in half can stop you. Yeah. I have watched, what's his name? Ambiguous Amphibian. I have watched his Tor Solo series. Of finding success in Kenshi, starting off as one character who has no arms or legs, stranded in the middle of the desert. Where'd my mana go? Amulet. Exalted relics. Piles of money. Arena key, rare relics, tomes of experience, affix shards. Oh, if I do this and I get the money, then I might get enough timeline stability to do the story quests. Alright, let's do the tomb. Inventory full again. Let's shatter some things. Can't wear that. That's unique. Can't shatter that. +1 to Heartseeker. Be a pig. Now's your shot. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Detonating arrow. I don't want detonating arrow implicit. Or sealed modifier. The rest of it isn't very good anyways. I don't use detonating arrow. I use Heartseeker. I love the capitalization for emphasis loot filter thing. Body armor. And I just love the getting them right next to each other, so it's like gloves. Gloves! A player has been ambushed. Oh gosh, is that me? Later, Rand. Thanks for hanging out. Ooh, I found the money route. Let's go. No, the juice is stuck. That is one unfortunate thing about the some of the new endgame stuff. Like one of the things that it introduced is like a new currency that you can get for like re-rolling the modifiers that you can get from the new stuff, or buying the maps, like the memory amber. There's a lot of uses for it, but it drops off of enemies more than any other source, and so sometimes when you kill an enemy, that enemy will have been in a weird place, and so the juice will be stuck off in near non-existence. Oh shit, the tab is full. Future me is gonna hate sorting all of this loot. Well, I'm not gonna hate sorting loot. I'm just gonna be mad that it was a task that was pushed onto me by my past self. Future me? What have they ever done for past me? Yeah. Blaming future me sounds very on brand for last Epoch. Yeah, really though. Money! Oh, I be fighting with past me on the reg, and also current me. Fighting past me for not having done the thing that I currently feel too bad to do. That's how it be for everything that matters. Whoa, lizards! Oh my god! That shrine exploded into lizards and there's so much loot. Hang on, what if I disable the loot filter? Oh my god. So much stuff. One-handed sword. Oh, the ambush still hasn't happened. Oh, it's me from the future. Are you gonna give me knowledge from the future? No, sort your own damn loot. Yeah. And they'd be right to do it.
That's close.
God, I just had a moment of, like, why are, like, weird meme videos and YTPs and such able to cement themselves in my stupid brain so, like, so much solidly, more solidly and easily than anyone's birthday. I know, like, 2 people's birthdays that aren't my own. So I guess that's 3. I probably know 3 birthdays. But I am just saying words. Just English words. And my brain is going like, hey, do you remember when that guy in that YTP said something similar? I'm like, yeah, I do. Idols. Oh wait. My timeline stability has filled up enough that I can now do the quest echoes. In this timeline, the immortal shamans rule with necromancy and fire. They have brought destruction to Majelka, and soon the rest of Etera. Talk it out with them over dinner. The city is no more. The shamans came, tried to burn us with dark magic, and they tore the earth apart. Tragically, like, a bunch of YTPs that I have watched in recent years are, like, parodies of right-wing fuckheads, like Jordan Peterson and Penis Prager. And so I will get these random, like, voice clips in my head of them talking, but usually it's, you know, sentence mixed, so it is nonsense. Or completely out of context, so it is nonsense. Gonna be older in 2 months thinking about the Germa birthday rat song. Hell yeah. Darn, it's your birthday today. Oh, bye. Yeah, very tall Bart makes YTPs that I generally find funny, but they are... The humor can be a little coarse. And also a lot of them are of, like, making fun of right-wing fuckheads. So you are exposed to more of them than is preferable, which is none. But it's making fun of them, and they're funny. Like, I think the line that had gotten into my head was... Like, I said... What was it? And you'd be right to do it? And the line from the YTP was like... And your own children would beat you to death for it, and they'd be right to do it, too. And it's like, what could the context of him saying, like, any of those words have been? Because, like, some of it was sentence mixed, but every now and then there will be, like... There will be a moment where it's like, oh, no, that's just something he said. Like, that was not sentence mixed, that was not edited at all. That was just a truly ludicrous thing this person said. And because it was placed in the middle of all of these sentence mixed nonsense moments, it, like, it hits different. In this timeline, the immortal shamans rule with necromancy and the fire. Their minions toil in the fires below in an apocalyptic ritual. More Neo Yokio stuff where we are cursed with the knowledge of shit that's so funny and can never be discussed. Yeah. Just like... stupid, these, just like the concept of these YTPs that I have been watching, of like an old right-wing jackass racist white guy being sentence mixed into saying, I want to become black so I can say the N-word. And just like just nonsense. Oh god. I heard about the Caprese Martini and I want to make it. You would probably like it. I don't know. You get to eat a little matzo ball after you drink it. You see the cat and dog hip-hop video that Louis Zong put out? Yeah, I didn't like the song that much, but the video was very cool. The song was a little harsh for me. It's like the auditory experience. It's a little harsh. Neo Yokio is secretly a solid show somehow. No. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it is definitely way more watchable than you would think it would be. Even after having watched the show, my brain still can't process what was going on with the big Toblerone. Because that's all I can fucking think about when it comes to anything relating to the big Toblerone. I think that girl was possessed, the girl that he was going to give the big Toblerone to. I think that may have been a thing. But he was going to give a girl a big Toblerone, and he goes, you don't deserve this big Toblerone. And then it cuts to a shot of him, like, just sitting alone on a park bench with this giant Toblerone on his lap. She was possessed and woke. Oh, right, yes, she was a hippie. Right. It's funny, but it's not a satisfying watching experience. Yeah, you're not going to sit down and watch Neo Yokio and go like, ah, that was actually pretty good. It was like, no matter how good you think it is, I think the optimal, like, the best you could hope for in terms of, like, genuine enjoyment is, that was better than I thought it would be. And if you're down with experiences where the end result is, that was better than I thought it would be, like, Neo Yokio is your show for sure. It sounds like a shitpost. So there are parts of it that feel like a shitpost. But, like, the fluctuations of taking itself seriously and not taking itself seriously are so, like, it keeps happening. It's you get a lot of whiplash watching Neo Yokio of just like, oh no, they were trying to do like a real genuine cool moment here. Oh, they fucked up. Or like, why did this action sequence start? Like, did they just want to do an action sequence? The Caldera of Souls. In this timeline, the immortal shamans Baldur, Hekir, and Logi stand up top the caldera. Their world-shattering ritual is nearly complete. I don't think Neo Yokio sucks, but I don't know if I am glad that I watched it. I think I'm glad that I watched it, but I don't have a lot of confidence in that. I think it may have been worth watching, if only for the moment where his rival is in the opposite changing room, and he's like, gee, do you live here? And he just goes, I wish I lived here. Just like super genuinely. Oh shit, 60% increased fire damage. I do fire damage. Right? Pretty sure I do fire damage. Yeah. Big fire damage. And that's a perfect roll on the fire damage, too. Nice. So after you complete a monolith, then you get a permanent bonus. You get a blessing. And some of the bonuses are really good, like increased drop rate for uniques. Just a big bonus to a resistance. 10% to all resistances, which includes physical and poison and necrotic. And also, it will show you what all blessings you can possibly get from that monolith, because you only get 3 when you complete the monolith. But there's a bunch that you could get. I think the grand blessings you have to complete the empowered version of the monolith, which you unlock by completing all of the monoliths. And the empowered versions are corrupted, which gives you access to some extra stuff, but also it makes all of the enemies harder. The endgame in this game is pretty cool. This game in general is cool. I like Last Epoch a lot. If you like ARPGs, I recommend checking this one out. It's like $30 full price, which ain't too bad. There's the episode with the gender-swapping swimming pool in the Hamptons that was oddly progressive for the time. I feel like I just, like, scrubbed that one out of my brain because it didn't make me laugh as much. But some wild shit happens in that show. What are we spinning? Yeah, we were spinning some flaming daggers around me. See, when I shoot my bow skill, then I get some flaming daggers, and those flaming daggers will either go where my mouse is pointing or to the enemy that I'm targeting. I was playing basically Cyclone character. Here, let me show that real quick. I was playing a spinning character that I accidentally got a bunch of XP that I wasn't supposed to. That was exciting. Oh, I can't spin here. Hang on. Where's enemies? You can spin in this game. Whoa! Look at that. And I also have a thing that makes it so I periodically just throw axes at people while I'm spinning. This build is pretty cool. This game is cool. I like Last Epoch a lot. Highly recommended if you like this kind of game or you want to try this kind of game. Because, like, the skill trees can be a little overwhelming. Just, like, seeing this for every single one of your skills, like, it's a lot. But, you know, just take it 1 point at a time. Hey, I want to have a little more movement speed while I'm using this ability. And that's totally valid. Because respecking a character in this is pretty easy. Good game. Probably one of the best my first action RPGs out there, really. Remember looking up Neo Yokio and going, the lead of Vampire Weekend made this. Yep. Neo Yokio is a hell of a thing. But that's gonna be the stream, because I started late, and I've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and if I don't stop right now, then I'm probably going to go for another hour. Upcoming streams. Monday is going to be more Metroid Prime. Tuesday is Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Thursday is more Visions of Mana. I think we're getting close to the end. I am at least starting to run out of side stories to do, so that's good.
That's as far as I can go.
And next Saturday, I don't have a particular plan in mind, but I'm probably going to try and keep Saturdays to being self-contained or one-offs for a little while, because I have 3 ongoing games. And I would like to have some streams that are a little more approachable for people who haven't been keeping up. Those breads look alright. I would probably eat those breads. Anyways, no notifications to go over, so who's up? Who's streaming? Who's still going at this time of night? Digi is playing Crisis. Pat is playing DMC4. ZFG is doing a speed run? Oh, ZFG is doing a Majora's Mask thing? Yeah, it's like a charity. ZFG is doing a charity Majora's Mask thing. I think I'm gonna check out the ZFG thing, but if y'all are going to go hang out with Digi, wish her well. Digi is great. But yeah, thanks again everyone for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff, and hopefully I will see you all again on Monday for Metroid Prime. Have a good one.